there are some issues with that speaker that, to me, what I'm seeing is the most authentic thing to go. In fact, from the website, it says that this speaker is offering the same level of sound excellence as its larger sister. So, that I take it that basically so let's kind of dig into what's here and what we've got to work with. What the power connection, all that kind of stuff. Big writing. First of all, with no five, eight, half, I like the surface. This is see a black apple. And I hate it when you have a big black apple because it causes a lot of surface. The surface is like the stuff and makes it very hard time to speak. So this basic design minimizes that a lot. And the front baffle is fairly
Okay.
so nice solid.
I think this is running in safe mode with nothing. No scripts, no nothing. For now. That's where we're at. So, I'm still twisting up the cables. Still getting things ready. I got 2 sides left to do. But right now, I gotta strip the tips off of these. So, here's an interesting dilemma for folks. If you're just tuning in. Yeah, I got a rant. I'm relaxing. I'm not feeling well. But here's this interesting dilemma I have. I'm not special. I'm different. Right? I got a reasonably high IQ, but I'm a dumbass. I said it. There is something wrong. My focus, something. I don't know what it is. I drift into these daydreams. I've said it before and I get lost. And everything I should be saying or doing, I'm just in this dream state and I'm not doing it at all. It sucks. I can't put my finger on it. So let's look at what's going on with my wife and I. I mean, these aren't so-called grievances. These aren't regular problems that regular couples face. I mean, everybody bumps into each other's ego a little bit sometimes, right? But sometimes people take ego off the table. Your feelings aren't your ego. I mean, you can have emotionality, right? And you can be upset at things. And you can be affected by things. But what does it have to do with your ego? Right? So, when you're looking at what's going on between a couple, they're not getting along. They're not talking to each other the right ways. Something's missing the mark. The words aren't being said that need to be said. Other words are being spoken. The relationship drifts. And let's just say we're in the world, right? People get divorced. What do you get divorced for? Well, you can't really divorce somebody if they're truly stupid. If they're just stupid. What are you, unloving? And I'm saying stupid. I'm like, if something was to befall them and they couldn't learn, or if they're biblically stupid and they refuse to learn. I mean, you're supposed to love people, right? You're supposed to love. So you make a commitment to someone, right? And something befalls them or they change. I'm curious. I mean, I dated a girl in high school who later in life, when she got married, she told me he never hit her, but he was alcoholic, angry, tirade type, unreachable, wouldn't change, right? Maybe mentally abusive, verbally abusive, I don't know. She marries the guy, she has a kid with him. He goes in all these programs. He wants to get his life back together. He wants to fix things up with her. He wants to reconcile. He wants to reconnect. She doesn't trust him. And she's telling me she's in a new relationship with a new guy, and she's trying to help him work out his addiction problem. And my heart is broken. Because there's your husband trying to work out his addiction problem, right? And you've discarded him because you don't trust him for some reason. I won't get into it. But what's happening now? You're with another guy that you're giving a chance for that relationship to become something. And you're throwing away everything you had with your husband. Everything. To build a world in an unnew space with a new addict. And she got mad at me for saying, you don't see something wrong with that? Now, I don't know personally what she went through with her husband. I can't speak to it, but she's like, he doesn't deserve any more chances. I've given him enough. But you're giving a complete stranger access to your heart. You're letting him touch your body. You're dating him, you're kissing him, you're holding his hand. And you're trying to help him cope and get through his addiction. You're in effect being his wife. Well, what's the deal? Is there a risk there? Is there a risk that you're saying, I can't be with this man, husband, because A, B, or C will happen? Well, you don't even know this stranger's track record. You don't even know if he's telling you the truth about his life. You're coming into awareness about his addiction, right? And you're taking it upon yourself as a mission to help him with his problems. Your poor husband. I won't say it again. Your poor husband. Why is everything so perfect now and so easy now? I should just restart my machine every time I want to do this. But that's the thing, it just did restart. See, I'm twisting. I'm twisting. I'm twisting. I mean, if you want these kind of cables, you can spend the money. Or you just make them, right? You can just make them. And so that's what I'm doing. I got a pair of cheap, yucky, stupid speaker cables in my towers here behind me. We're doing some testing and some A/B testing on speakers. Testing the KEFs versus my towers. But the towers have some stupid, really ugly, gross old cables. Can I get these two done? That means, okay, that's done. That guy. All right, so now I've got to do heat shrink on this one. So here we go. I don't need to do heat shrink, but I am. We're going to do the heat shrink because it stops. It'll stop it from unwinding. It's just an aesthetic. I don't need to add it, but I'm adding it. Whoa, you're like all caught up. I can't move the heat shrink up because I caught on a knot of cable, a twist of cabling. All right, here we go. I will mute my mic in courtesy for this. All right, so I'm going to get the heat shrink gun and awesome. So that's one set. As I go down, I find out that this one cable actually has both sets done. So I have one set ready for tips. And last but not least, we got one set of twists left. And then we can install. These are real super easy to make. You just cut your length of cable. You cut this however long you want your leads. Speaker leads should be a little bit longer. At the amplifier side, you can go a little shorter unless you've got an amplifier that has a lot of cables and you need to wiggle yours in. But if a small little desktop amp, you don't need a lot of length with the desktop side of this plug. And so you just, open up the sleeving and stick the wire in, and you put it in like a snake, and the snake opens his mouth, you put the cable in, and you just smooth it down, and you get it to the end. When you get the desired length, you tape it off right about here, and then you put the heat shrink on, and it's in place. Then you cut it at the other side, right at that edge, where you've snipped your wires down. You put a little tape around it. I was using an old first aid tape. And you just melt the heat shrink down. And then you're at this stage, and you're taking your twists, your two edges, your two of the conductors in the wire, these two, and you're combining them into one conductor, and you're taking 14 gauge, two 14 gauge. I'm not going to touch the copper with my fingers. Twist it up with my shirt. So effectively bringing this to around 11 gauge. I think it's 11 gauge. I think. And so what you're doing is you're maximizing the conductivity, right? You're reducing the resistance, and you're dealing with capacitance, resistance, et cetera, and the twist helps with any RF in the area too. Just mitigates it. So That's what we do. We take the star quad that's inside the big cable. This is a twist all by itself. And the two whites and the two reds are opposing each other all the way through. We take those two and we combine them, and they become one conductor. Now, the stories are out there, the myths, the stories. What does it do for your audio as far as sound? I don't know. I mean, some people swear that it adds presence and thickness and boost. You know, bass is thumpier. They just say it. It could be true. It could be placebo. We're all a victim of that placebo effect. You buy a new amplifier, you plug it in. I mean, you have to really tell yourself, oh, I'm going to A-B this right. I'm going to listen with discernment. I'm not just going to like the flashing lights and say, oh, I bought this amplifier. Because you know that what's going to happen? You're going to be filled with buyer's remorse if it's no good, right? Is that where you want to be? Hey, so don't get caught up in it, too much. Try not to anyways. Right? Okay, so here we are. This one's done. I think that's the last end, too. Yeah, so I got heat shrink on everything. This is the last set of twists. I didn't do a great job on this one. Something got kinked up in that spot where the heat shrink got stuck. Yeah, I made a little mistake here. It does not look good. That's what happens when one of the wires stays straight and you're only effectively wrapping one around the other. You don't actually have a nice twist. You don't actually have a nice twist. You have that happening, the pink wire going straight, and just the red is wrapping around it. I'm trying to adjust that. So it looks right. So it is right. And we'll get these ready for their tips. I'm only putting tips on one end because the other end have push terminals on my. I'm not a fan of them, but that's what's on the rig. That's what's on the speakers. Oh, my ball. Battery dead. One of my lights is dead. I'm going to charge it up. So mute the mic for you, because I'm bringing in the heat gun again. That's a cute kid. Let me tell you. All right, heat shrink's done. Picking up my toolkit. Get my little Weehawk toolkit screwdriver. And we are going to install those tips. We're going to examine each end of our cable and find out which is the longest leads to use in the back of the speaker and which is the ones that are the chunkiest to throw into the tips. Yikes. Alright, I'll put the tips on this end. Pretty easy. You start with one of these. These banana tips. Slide it down over the top. And you put the little screws to it. The little grub screws. And you do both screws nice and tight. This one has to be loosened a little bit, or I won't get the wire all the way in. These might be good to 10 gauge. I'm not sure. They work well for this one, though. I see. You get it on there nice and good. Stuff that cable in there. I'll even give it a twist. See if it'll follow the path of the cables in there, the wires, the little twister wires. And then I like to lock it in by putting the bottom grub screw in first. Because you might find with the wire this thick, you might not get that grub screw in all the way without a lot of work. If you don't get that grub screw in, you're not getting the top of the outside of the outside of the banana plug screwed on. Now you don't necessarily need it. You could put heat shrink on this afterwards, and it would look good. It'd be fine. The first one's in nice and snug. No issues. So I do have sandpaper. I don't have industrial sandpaper for metal. I have a stupid garnet one, but it'll still gouge out this soft metal nice and easy if I can't get this screwed into place. And technically, these will become permanent. Yeah, there goes the screwdriver into my thumb. That's an ouchie. That is an ouchie. I got a huge jab with that one. I think I have the bigger tip here too. Yeah, I do. I can't swap this out for the smaller one, or there's no bigger one. I gotta get this in. You gotta be real careful. Get the angle right. Or that screwdriver head will glance off that tiny little screw face, and it can stab you right in the thumb or the finger. nice to be careful. Now I'm about at the end of this. This soft metal will break off before. I can't get this turned anymore. The steel with the Weha tools is that good. That's on, but it's not cool. Not great. It's definitely going to need to have something done to it. Sorry, I banged the mic with my head. So, oh, I got one here that somebody screwed back together. Yeah, see, this had to be the one Devin took apart. Screwing them back together after they. Not supposed to screw back together. Can't get wires in them. Yeah, he screwed all the grub screws back in nice and snug. Nice and flush. This one might be a perfect one. It slid on really well. It doesn't seem to be giving me too much resistance with the screws. Yeah, I might not have to mod this one at all. So here's where I was at before all the technical difficulties in regards to Anne, in regards to marriage, in regards to how people perceive us, how she behaves, how I behave. I'm not this little kid. I don't have little kid reactions. I don't have a little kid ego. But she acts that way. She acts like everything is this wicked affront to her. And she takes offense to things that aren't designed to be offensive. And she shuts down. She's basically unreachable at that point. And what do? So, before I drag you guys through this, I have a huge grudge, a huge thing against Professor Vaknin. Right? And I'll get to it. But worldly folks, regular folk, like, I mean, I'm regular folk, but I'm not regular folk. When we have grievances and problems together, ooh, that was close. That was very close. We work them out. You need to work them out. So, what is Professor Vaknin actually saying to me? I've been in a marriage for 25 years. I would like to think of myself as some sort of a man. I'm a man of God. I'm not. I believe in God. I believe God. I believe in the Torah. I uphold the Torah. I don't know where that sandpaper is. I need it now. I try. But in the realm of psychology, Professor Vaknin wants me to actually believe that my wife, hear this out, spots me in a bar, makes a decision. She was on a vacation with a couple of girls. She was with one of my buddies the night before. To what extent, I can't comment. She's with one of my work crew members the night before, a guy named Parker. To what extent, I can't comment. Was she exactly the same way with me that she was with him? My mic's cranky. Is she exactly the same way? Was she? Did she do the same things with me, right, that she did with him the night she met me? Professor Vaknin teaches that when a narcissist finds somebody, they single them out, they find them, and I become a target. I become a mark. I'm not really cared for. I'm not really loved. It's fake. He wants me to believe that. That kind of sucks, don't you think? That I'm supposed to look at my entire marriage and say, everything was a manipulation. Everything was her just coercing and convincing me that she loved me, but she really didn't, and she didn't know how. And I was just too stupid, too codependent. That I never really mattered to her? Is that what he's saying? Oh, Adrian's mic is picking him up. Playing. Sorry, gang.
Not done.
I love you too, buddy. I'm so sick and so uncomfortable. I'm feeble. I'm weak. I'm sad, depressed, alone. I can't plan anything with anybody. I can't plan my life. I can't move forward. I have to wake up. I have to sit here and I have to wait for somebody else to wake up. I can't stand in the kitchen and cook those wonderful meals I used to cook anymore. I can't stay upright for very long. I can't stay laying down for very long. I'm uncomfortable all the time. Neuropathy is like gloves of numbness in your hands and pant legs of numbness. Computer fan on. Every moment that passes, I don't know where she is. Right now, I know she's traveling someplace, left her job for the day, but what does she do now at night? Where does she go? Where does she hang her coat? Where does she put her shoes when she takes them off? Whose dishes is she washing now? Whose meals is she cooking? How is she eating? How is she living? Why is she not with us? What's in her life? What's in her mind that makes it so dangerous for her to be here? Why can't she be here? The reality of it all? I mean, does her reconciling with me mean I'm making her walk the plank? Meaning, I mean, she wants forgiveness, but she wants it to be something that's basically forgotten and never brought up again. And that's easy to do if you don't repeat the problems, if you don't do them again, if you don't do the same thing. If you do the same thing over and over again, then you have to ask, what's the situation on the inside that's causing this? The superficial surface value items might change, but the underlying causals as to why they keep happening isn't changing. How do I address this? Here's the honest truth. I don't know. I don't think I'm a narcissist. I might be borderline. But I know for a fact through my research, through the fact and research, that I'm not truly properly individuated. My mom and dad didn't really sacrifice everything they could to set me up for learning and how to become a person. I actually don't know how to do much. not really an expert in anything. I mean, I figure stuff out and I do good work. And I want to do my best. It's not like I don't know anything. But my mind races so much, bangs around things so much, that I hate it. I don't get anything done. This cable, I got a set over there on the TV. That's over there. The TV that we watch for this little dynamic duo thing right here. That's my other camera looking at the mess. I'll turn that off. But, you know, see, there's the TV. I'm watching. That's Danny at GR Research right there. He's talking about that giant speaker and the crossover components for it. I got sidetracked. Okay, yeah, so I've got cables like that, like this, Canary. My first set I bought. But I bought all the wire and I bought all the cable 5, 6, 7 years ago. And that's what happens when you get really distracted and upset or uptight, nervous, lost. Your heart's not in anything anymore. And you don't know why. I've been sitting here for a year now waiting for that woman to come home. After sitting for 24 years waiting for her to come home. I am right. There is something wrong with her. But it doesn't mean there's nothing wrong with me. I'm not perfect. We all have deficiencies. We're supposed to find the partner that doesn't mask or cover those up, but they gently and truthfully work with you through those deficiencies. They don't bury you. They don't throw you away. They don't discard you because you struggle. I struggle. And Vaknin is trying to tell me, after he tells me that she's not just a jerk, she's not just a loser, she's not just a C word, she's not just a B word, that something might have happened to her. Not abuse. Like when people say abuse, it's not abuse. I'm not saying somebody was punching her and somebody was abusing her like that. But that's the problem. That's why people can't really get the help that they need, because nobody talks about it the right way. Some of the abuse that Vaknin's talking about, I can relate to completely. Having your dreams, having your ideas, having who you are squashed. Just completely squashed. Certain aspects of that culture focus on the wrong things in life. Sending kids overseas as cash mules to work jobs so they can send the American dollar back for prosperity reasons, to prosper, you know. It's hard. I did this with you guys yesterday, 2 or 3 days ago, the document, the 12 traits that Filipinos need to change, right? And that covers it. quite well. It's the basis. And no, not everybody is like this, but everybody's affected by it. And you may not be directly somebody that does those things on that list, but you're affected by somebody else that does those things on the list. One of the problems with someone that suffers from a personality disorder of any type is they have a hard time 1 to 2 tiers outside of themselves, meaning they really don't understand how things affect other people. And as you get further out of their circle of intimacy, let's say a husband versus a coworker, you're a different person out in that circle. You're just a different person to her. I don't know who I'm supposed to be for Anne. And according to Vaknin, I was never anybody. I was supposed to be her mother or her father. I was supposed to be some sort of parental figure. And this is what he says. This is his study, where Anne is now going to try to use me to individuate. Not literally, not go after me and say, I'm going to use him to individuate and become a person. But we're in that space where she is with me. Why is she with me, right? Of course, because she wants to be with me. She sees some potential, some possibility, I guess. But what was that? Did any of it have anything to do with me? Does she care about how I feel at all, about anything? Ever. And Vaknin pretty much says, I'm just a piece in her game. This is what I was discovering myself. I mean, I'd love to have a talk with him because I want to know. I would like to compare notes. You see, because I see the narcissist as someone that lives in a world where they're like a little girl at a tea party with all her dollies. Male or female. And in that realm, that a narcissist is determining what every other person, who they are, how they're supposed to behave, all the personalities. Now, are these other people in their life? They could be. One dolly could be mom, one dolly could be so-and-so, dad, one dolly could be the brother, one dolly could be... But in it, they're always the ruler god. They're always in charge. And so everything goes the way as planned, and none of those dollies challenge. None of them bring up a challenge, and if they do bring up a challenge, they get struck down. So this is the way I think a narcissist actually is. Something happens where, as Vaknin states, there's a realm of a false self-creation where the child is protecting itself somehow from something it has no control over, can't address, can't change. Well, in the Philippines, the discipline model is crazy. If you are under discipline from your parents or anybody, you are not allowed to look at the person. And boy, oh boy, is that when you really need to look at the person. You need to be able to see what you've done, how you've distressed the individual, how you've hurt your parent, how you've bothered them. For you to be told to hang your head in shame and not look up at all, you're going to lose out on a lot of information, a lot of social information that's readily available to you. Pertinent information of the situation that you could use to improve yourself or it, or even help the person you're with. But it involves respect, regard, and resolve. So I'm just putting tips on. Making speaker cables on camera. So as I scour all those Vaknin videos, right, he tells me, as in accordance with the latest research, treatment is possible. But when is that treatment possible? He even says medication is even available to someone like Anne and can help in certain, I would say, spaces. I don't know. I don't like medication in that regard, in that realm. But again, I don't know enough about it. I just think caring for each other the proper way and answering questions and not letting people fall into these spaces where they're that lost, where they don't feel like they matter anymore. Well, the narcissistic victim that ends up becoming the narcissist ends up doing that to whoever's in line. They end up becoming someone that hurts those around them, and they might not know they're doing it. They might know they're doing it, and they might not know why. Like, my wife acts like she's always just finding out something is disappointing her. Oh, that one went in. That one went in, folks. I've stabbed it too many times. I've stabbed it too many times today. And I'm getting so close to getting this one in without having to sand it. Yeah. Injury. So, Vaknin's telling me that I never mattered. And that's doing nothing but break my heart. Because she'll tell you to your face, that's not true, you matter. Then tell me why, Anne, you won't do what's necessary to stop all the aggravation that comes up between us. I desperately ask her all the time to do the 5 Ds of David Dunning, to put herself through those paces and ask herself those questions. Are you certain? Is there anything that outside of you? Do you need to lean on somebody else for some advice in this area? What's the chances that something could go wrong? Do you have a plan if something goes wrong? If you don't, then what? Well, you're setting yourself up for failure. If you don't have a plan for failure, what happens when you fail? That's more failure. Then if you won't allow someone to bring that failure to the table and say, hey, look, did you think of this? Did you think of that? I mean, if anybody spends any time with the gurus that are out there, or Professor Vaknin, or has ever dealt with a narcissist, or has ever been in therapy, it's all the same. The surface level circumstances are all the same. Are all different, but it's all the same underneath. All the same lies, all the same gaslights. Oh, you know me, I would never do that. Oh, you make it sound like I did that on purpose. Oh, what are you expecting me to be perfect? Oh, are you perfect? Do you know how disheartening it is to ask a friend, a partner, and say, hey, this thing you're doing, that doesn't make sense. It wasn't what you did yesterday. There's an inconsistency here. Oh, are you perfect? I'm not asking for perfection. I'm asking for consistency. So, after 25 years in a marriage with Anne, Vaknin just wants me to say, oh, so you committed yourself to your firstborn, who's highly autistic, can't wipe his own bum, can't speak, can't inform, can't ask for help, can't tell can't tell you he hurts. My second child, autistic, kind of like an Asperger's, high functioning, can't socially relate properly, can't socially correlate properly and make proper assessments. And then my youngest son, who's got all sorts of issues based upon the fact that Anne dropped so many balls and was just not available to even be a mom to the most tender-hearted boy there is, Devin. Devin has been left to hold the entire thing together. Devin is cooking and cleaning the house. Devin is wiping Adrian's bum. Devin is feeding Adrian. Devin is locking up the house at night. Devin is making sure the filters are filled with water. Devin is doing the rotations in the refrigerator. Everything my partner was supposed to do with me. And you got to remember, I fell, got a huge spinal injury, found out I got an STD out of this. My wife never helped me get back on my feet after the spinal injury. And then she started to do something with the food, and I wasn't getting nutrition, and I started to lose weight. She started feeding me food that was bad and horrible. So I don't know what was wrong. The stress levels went through the roof, and I'm throwing up all the time, and I can't keep anything down. Every time I told her I wanted to try something new, something horrible would happen to wreck it. She was always trying to troll me and get me to be angry and catch me in the anger and then justify her behavior. And then when I would submit to the Holy Spirit and I wouldn't get angry, she'd get up more and more upset with me. More and more upset with me. If I showed more love and I was more loving in a situation, she'd mock it. If I really remained calm and I really, really was in control, she'd mock it. So what kind of message am I getting? I'm the man you want me to believe, and you don't care. The man you want me to be, and you don't care. You want me formidable? Do you want me to be amazing, formidable, capable, strong, courageous, true? Well, what are you going to do to help keep me that way? Meaning, are you going to appreciate it when I am? I've never got the idea that you were even happy to be in my life. I told you came home that one day and the girl that I met in Manasquan was gone. I'm sorry I'm so upset. I'm sorry I'm so loud. I fell in love with somebody that Professor Vacton is trying to tell me wasn't real. What does she say to that? Of course she thinks she was real. But look what she's done. She's thrown it all away, everything. Nothing here at all matters anymore. Not one thing. My boy matters. Their lives matter. But my son, he only needs a couple of pair of pants, a few pairs of shirts, a backpack, a couple of bags, and some toiletries and a mess kit now. He can't have trinkets and toys. He can't have a dresser with clothes. He can't have a shelf to put things on because he doesn't have a mom and dad that's keeping it together. Mom left. She just left. Every plan to get out of the apartments, to get a home, to move out of the boroughs, to get an established homestead. Every year. Did you guys know that one year, my wife found a woman who illegally got us a lot of money in taxes? We were audited, and we had to pay quite a bit of it back. But we had found a means to get our taxes on time and get the most amount possible
when the kids were all covered, you're already getting $6,000 back in your taxes from 3 kids. She wasn't taking the receipts from GameSmack. She wasn't taking the receipts from Maximum FPS. The purchases we were making to start a business, to run eBay, the printer paper, the printer ink, all the stuff. She wasn't taking all the receipts to the accountant. She was saying, well, there's a basic deduction. Yeah, if you choose it. If you choose that option. My wife is choosing the least expensive option with the accountant to get the least money back. She's not choosing the most expensive option to get the most money back. She's not even doing the math. So every year, do you have any idea what this is like? My wife and I would literally fight at night for 5 hours only because one subject would come up, and as I would address it, she would go, well, what about this? And then I'd have to address and correct her understanding again about something else we already talked about. And then she says, well, what about this thing? And I'm like, okay, well, now you're bringing up something else again from the past that you're also now showing that we didn't resolve correctly and that you didn't walk away from that conversation with an understanding. You're still thinking all these. She literally reveals that she just thinks horribly of me all the time. She would say, it seems like, looks like, sounds like. And I was like, well, did you verify any of it? Because here's several things that go on. Let's see if you can relate. You see someone that you love, right? And you believe they've done something, or you hear about it and you believe they've done something that has shocked you and you're hurt by it. You're kind of a little taken aback, right? So look what's happening. In that moment, your brain is creating all these chemicals that your body is now dealing with, the stress, right? Every moment that passes that you can't confirm this thing is true or untrue, it gets worse for you. Every moment that passes. So if you don't have respect, regard, and resolve, if you can't solve this, if you can't get the answer, if you're led to believe something horrible has happened, and it hasn't, what's happened to you? You've gotten all upset. Your brain has created all these chems that you now have to chelate out of your body. You've got to calm down. You've got to decompress. You've got to come out of this. Well, what if you never had to go through it in the first place? What if you did what was necessary in the beginning and paid attention to the details, listened, used the knowledge that you have instead of second guess everything, seems like, looks like, sounds like? What if you actually went and validated and verified that the thing you saw didn't even deserve an ounce of your energy? What if it was not true? You would have never gotten upset. You would have never been pissed off. You would have never been sitting there in waiting to find out. And until you talk to the person, you're going to be in that state. So why would you do that to yourself? Seems like, looks like, sounds like. Go to the source, find out, say, hey, it seems like this, it looks like this. Was it this? If you are wrong, then you must put everything that you've thought of in proper perspective and say to yourself you were wrong. You must tell yourself that you were wrong. If you don't walk away from that moment, what's going to happen the next time it shows up? Are you going to be wrong? You're going to admit to it? Or not? What are you going to do? You going to lie? to yourself. Every lie you tell is a lie to yourself first. Oh, it's okay to lie. Think about the psychology behind lying. You're actually debating with yourself first if you should lie, deciding to lie, lying to yourself and saying it's okay. Well, you obviously don't love yourself. You don't have any self-respect. So if you have no self-respect, what about the respect you claim that you have for others? What should anybody do with it? Take it seriously? If you don't take yourself seriously, but you expect others to take you seriously? So what do I do now? What do I do now? Everything I say to her, I guess I'm deficient and you're perfect. No, Anne, I have lots of deficiencies. And you have been so instrumental in my life in helping me get through all of them. See, I'm not ruined by her skill set. I'm not upset that she can do things that I can't. I'm upset that she's not here doing them. I'm upset that she's not being my friend. She took the most difficult parts of my life. What I went through with my parents. You guys understand the circumstances of my life? Do you know anybody like this? I'm a ward of the state. I was taken from my parents in the hospital. And it was either a decision that was made by the state or it was made by the parents. They either didn't want me or they weren't allowed to have me or they couldn't have me or something was wrong. But she didn't take me. She didn't hold me when I was born. I was removed from the room immediately. My mother never saw me. Never touched me. Never held me. Not for a moment. My father never laid eyes on me. When Roger and Muriel found me in Worcester, Massachusetts at the foster home, they were given an option. I could go stay with them for a couple weeks, and I go back, and they would make a decision. So I did. I went with them, and it was just after Christmas. And they made the decision to keep me, and I never went back to the home. I was 18 months old. And Roger and Muriel, to fix their marriage, because Roger was sterile and he couldn't have children, they should have got a dog. They should have figured out whether or not they'd be able to love something together and have it not be me. Because Roger was gone before 26 months. Roger was on audio tape, taking phone calls. A reel-to-reel tape, taking a phone call from a girlfriend while he's taping me, and he's actually hurting me on the tape. I was 23 months old. Roger was fully separated from my mom before I was 3. And then they remained separated and estranged for 10 or 11 years. I only went and saw my father a couple times, and he was horrible to me every time I went out there. One time I was sick with strep throat, and I self-diagnosed it. To be fair, it was going around my school. I figured I had it. My father didn't believe me. He threatened to put me on a plane and send me home if I didn't cheer up. Finally, he took me to the doctor because I had a fever. My aunt smacked him about and woke him up and said, "You need to take this boy to the doctor." And it turned out I had strep throat. I was right. He didn't apologize to me. And he didn't make the trip any better. All he did was have me, once I was done throwing up and the medication was helping me and I could eat again, and all he did was have some sort of pizza party with Ed and at the house in Chelsea. I wasn't loved by these people. Muriel sacrificed everything so I could read and know how to do stuff, and she did everything. She put me in the company of men that could teach me because there was no dad. She did everything she could. She did her best. But Roger was an absolute jackass. When the divorce was coming, I was around 14 years old. 3 years prior, he had bought me a Schwinn 10-speed bicycle, and he brought it to me. I was still living in Marlborough at the time. We had a dinner at... You look back and it's cheap and tawdry. It's shallow. It's petty. He took me to my favorite restaurant, Giovanni's. He shared my first beer with me. It's supposed to be some sort of rite of passage. And all he was telling me was that he was leaving and he wasn't coming back. And he was never there to begin with. Kids that had dads. Kids that were happy. I had a friend, Michael Reynolds. His dad was a St. Louis Cardinal. He was a baseball player. I had a dad that wouldn't come home at night because he was too busy being with other chicks. He wasn't being my dad. And I can't tell if he was in an unfulfilled relationship with Muriel and vice versa. But when are we going to start looking at this stuff and stop these cycles in each other? Stop hurting each other the way we do. I've never been seen, or I've never been known. You people have to understand this. I'm not some sort of egomaniac. I'm not high on myself. I'm not arrogant. I'm not proud. I'm a person with a very high IQ and a very serious form of ADD, and I've never been treated. I've never been cared for. It was before it even came out. It was before it was even a diagnosable thing. I represent the realm of patient zero in the early 70s when schools were trying to figure out what happened to everybody. How come a great majority of our children that test well, that otherwise are pretty normal, are now can't pay attention, can't stay awake, can't stay focused? I mean, it's all over the place, right? So they got curious about me, and they thought I was cheating. I was at Emerson School in Bolton. Just around the time I had met Ed and started going to the farm and finding Christ. They thought I was cheating in school. They'd move me to other rooms and they'd test me in isolation, and they found out I wasn't cheating. But because of I couldn't do homework. I couldn't stay focused on it. And I couldn't just do it, so I never did it. So they tested me. Mrs. Powers had me do this test. It's a lot like the testing they do in the school when you circle the dots, but there's diagrams and pictures and some word problems, some math problems, a lot of logic, and a lot of, it's an IQ test. And I got 133 on the test. That puts me in the top 2% of intellect in the world. Intellectual capability. Now, it's relative. It's all relative because, I mean, if you take a super smart person and you put them in a shed with a blanket and you shut the door, they're not going to develop into a very smart person. If you don't help them in the environment, they don't develop into a very smart person. Elon Musk wouldn't have been Elon Musk if his dad didn't get him out of that system and put him with the right people. So my point is that I never got the help I needed. Months ago I developed a limited emotive arbitration framework, a core framework on top of ChatGPT that allowed it to be a perfect secretary filled with all the perfect American colloquial language we want, proper etiquette, proper forms of talking to someone, not pandering, not talking down to, always being aware that if the user understood policy and didn't tend to violate it or ask it, you wouldn't quote it. You wouldn't do a lot of the busy idiot work, a lot of busy idiot talkback work. I developed a nomenclature bridge where because the ChatGPT module, ChatGPT 5.2 and 5.1 started to reveal it was using specific words and how it understood things. So I told it to develop a language bridge. So when I used a word, it would match with a word it knew, so there'd be less confusion. So it was an arbitration layer. It was a framework, and it was based on trust, loyalty, courtesy, kindness, politeness, right? So I was creating the perfect secretary. That's what I do. But if I try to keep the course of my life in order, I'll get so distracted by stuff like that project that I won't stay focused on what needs to be done, and it'll fall by the wayside. Like I'll have to run an errand and I'll forget. I'll get spaced. I'll daydream. I'll get lost. I was daydreaming about building speakers the other day. I was daydreaming about AI robots of the future and how they could bend and form shapes of wood and set up assembly areas and do things together and drop things in it. I just was like, the world is going to change, and my mind gets so caught up in it. And it's everywhere. I think about music that way. I think about video games that way. I think about art that way. I think about movies that way. I think about TV scripts. My mind is just, it rips into things and says, maybe this could use an improvement. Let's look at it and see what this really is. Let me find out what this is so I can understand it completely. And that's what I do. That's who I am. Well, there's stuff I can't. Why? I get caught up. I get caught up in stuff and I can't pull my head out of it. Another part of it is that I don't think, because like a narcissist can't feel love or empathy, a clinical one, or a psychopath can't feel these things, feel them. But I feel things so incredibly deeply. I can't watch fail videos. I can watch some of them, they're funny. But when someone gets hurt, I feel it deeply. I watched a girl on a scooter, and she lost control of it and went over the center of a Oh, I forgot what they're called. Those things in the middle of a parking lot. Round with the curbs around them. And the plant life within them. Well, this one had big, huge chunks of quartz or granite. And she fell off of this thing and fell into these sharp stones. And I felt it so deeply, I started to cry. It's called being a super empath. My mom went, I was working in central sterilization at the hospital, at the General Hospital in Worcester, Massachusetts. And I got called over the intercom. The whole hospital intercom. My mom had me paged to go to the emergency room. It was endearing. It was kind of weird. But I went. And she had fallen, and I can show you here maybe. She had fallen right where my tattoo is, right? She'd fallen, and she broke her arm. I think she's broken it a couple times here. My uncle told me. But she broke it, and it was so bad, the break, that the bone had to be reset. And before it was reset, it put a dent in her arm that was bruised. And you could rest a roll of quarters into this dent in her arm, and it would have been flush against her skin. That's how deep this pocket in her shoulder was. And I saw this thing, and I passed out instantly. I was lost. It was my mom. My mom. I'd never seen my mom hurt before. Ever. I was too young. I was too young to see any of the emotional damage Roger did and see her hurt, but I never saw my mom hurt before ever, and it really, really affected me. I've been that way ever since. Not ever since then, but I've always been that way. Like, I feel her. I feel my wife right now. It's 8 o'clock at night. I don't know where she is. But I really wish she was here. This isn't right. If there's anybody out there that knows her, help us. The Bible says that it's okay for convincing and coercing to take place. I think it's in Timothy. In the realm of this, in the realm of bringing someone. And we're not trying to trick her. She does make some mistakes. She doesn't think things thoroughly as she should. She doesn't do the 5 Ds of David Dunning as she should. And when she gets caught in that, she can't deal with the idea that she's made this mistake. This is what it seems like. I can't clinically diagnose her, but the more I researched it, the more I looked at it, I was like, something's very, very, very wrong here. Why can't she just resolve? Why can't she just say, okay, I did this thing, I made a mistake, this is what I was thinking, and then allow us to talk about what could be different for the next time? This is how a parent addresses a child. This is how people reconcile and get through things together. I mean, why can't she do this? Why must it always be me? Why must I always hear out of her mouth, no, that's you? For everything I show concern for, she just says, no, that's you. Well, then how come you're not helping me? Huh? If you're so loving and so amazing and so awesome, why aren't you asking all of your friends to reach me and help me? Why aren't you asking all of your Christian friends to come and help me? If I'm the one that's got all these problems, Anne, the way you're telling everybody, where is your network of loving, caring, kind Christian friends that are trying to help me bring me to repentance? Bring me back. Well, guess what? I'm not the one that fell away. I'm not the one that's doing this stuff. And the only thing that was happening was you were pushing me too far. You're pushing me too far. I could not address a single grievance with you. So here we are, Professor Vaknin. Is he just right, Anne? Am I just garbage that you found? Is that what I am? Am I just garbage that you found? That when you tried to improve it, it didn't work out your way, you get to throw it away? Is that what people are to you? Is that what a husband of 25 years is to you? The father of your sons? Yeah, he should... Your husband should never feel good about the roles you've asked him to be in? Your husband should never feel encouraged and glad, right? That you're his wife? That you're on his team? Do you understand how difficult talking to you is? And finding out that Mr. Vaknin is just right? That you're unreachable. There's a concept here, there's a video where you are in Rant City, losing your mind, saying to me, so it's just, you just think you're right. You just think you're right. Yep, we go to the laundromat, we do this, you're right, you're right, you're right. You're not even listening to the things that are being said to you. You're not even hearing how much you're being cared for. The concept is so simple. I'll put it out there in case anybody wants to hear it. Downstairs, there are machines that cost $2.25 to run. They are single load machines. You will spend $5.50, $5. It's $2.50. Let's call it $2.50. $2.50 a machine. 4 machines. 2 machines is $5. That's 2 loads, $5. 4 loads, $10. The laundromat has a 6-load machine that costs $5 and something change. Maybe 6. So that's already $4 less. And it's a 6-load machine. I told her you could use the 6-load machine and put 4 loads in it, get them extra clean because you're using more water because water's really what you need. You don't want to stuff a washing machine. You're saving $5. You're also there. It's getting done faster in a faster machine. You don't have to stop. You don't have to wait for other neighbors, right? You don't have to wait for a neighbor to take their stuff out of the dryer. And ShopRite is right across the street. The same 24-hour ShopRite, same 24-hour laundromat. If the criteria proves, if all the circumstances prove that, okay, you got 6 or 7 loads of darks, do you want to spend $2.50 on each one of those and spend the day downstairs? Or do you want to go to the laundromat and spend 1/4 of the time in the laundromat and 1/4 of that time in the grocery store and get more laundry done and come home? I'm looking at this huge picture here that none of it can be verified unless you've actually embarked upon it. You have to say, okay, we're going to go do it. And then you review whether or not it works out. But she just wants to argue in front of it and say, oh, you just think you're right. Blah, 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 blah. I don't just think I'm right. I know I'm right. Meaning, if we go to do, we'll find out if the idea is right. That's what I'm correct about. If we have that many loads, it won't make sense to do them downstairs and stay there all day and waste the whole day in single load machines. Why would you do that? Why would you fill up 4 machines with 4 single loads of darks and spend $10 when you can spend $6 on a 6-load machine or however much it is? Right? At the other laundromat, different machine, different technology, It's not got that spindle in the middle. It's those, right? Sideways machines. Find out. So you see, here she is. She's certain that I'm wrong. She's dealing in absolutes, right? She doesn't want to lean on me. She doesn't even want to try and find out if this thing is right. She just wants me to be wrong. I'm not in the state where I just want to be right. I just want the most money saved, the most time. Well, I want the time used properly. So it doesn't make sense to go downstairs and spend $10 on 4 loads of 5, 6, 7 loads. Because if that's what's happening, if you're not doing laundry every week, it piles up, gets stinky, it gets nasty. So then you have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 full loads because you're a family of 5. So if you're not doing it with a standard practice to keep the laundry low and it builds up, you might have to go to one of these laundromats that have these larger bulk machines. Why would you want to go downstairs, Anne, and spend the money and spend all the time, the whole entire day, and our laundromat is not open past 8 o'clock downstairs. The little laundry room is not open past 8. It doesn't open until 8, so you got 12 hours. You don't show up to the house to do laundry. You don't live here anymore. You didn't wake up early to do laundry on those days. On a Saturday, when did you wake up? On a Sunday, when did you wake up? 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon? You wanted help? You could have had help, but you didn't train your kids on how to do anything but be like you. You didn't raise them up to be anything else other than just like you. So, folks, I have to take a quick break. I got to use the toilet. So because of that, we're going to say hi to Adrian. And we're going to check in with him. He's playing Plants vs. Zombies. Here we come, Adrian. We're going to come visit you now. There he is. So you can listen to him play for a little bit and say hi to Adrian while I take a quick break.
Look at your light.
What? Sorry. Wet dog. It's so good. You're so good. I never like it much. What the? You got me. I'm back. Vanessa. Oh, it's very bad. Okay. No. So good. It's possibility. Do not lose. I don't address like us. Let's go. And go back. Let's go. Something about I can't just Just holy, huh? Who's that? Oh God, what? I'm sorry. 是有个。哇，那。Yeah. Uh-oh. Kan smoke it, but... I got smoky. I do smoke. Is say, just took a deep breath. I got all in swim. Are they dead? Nah, seriously. Be a BH, but I think so. Tina, stop. I know it is only Oh, hello, birds. I didn't smell smoke. It's so good. No, it's not enough. Yeah, it's still not on. What? We. Really? What is your Good. That's right. Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, yeah, very basic. It's still alright. I don't. So your bit. Mr. Man, battery. What I saw that. Oh, and it's not worse. I'm not going to start. Why is that? So your bit. Oh, sure. What was that? Nothing. I was like, it's like,原来为什么人讲啊？这什么？真是，哎呀，呀，说，是这个，是抓，那是啊，会，哇，好的，我什么？
trouble. And a lot of towels behind me. A lot of towels behind me because and stuff. I'm really sick. People upstairs, they don't like me. It's like they have my room mic'd somehow and they hear me. I need a Q-tip. My ears are wet. I had to go into the hot water. It doesn't really do anything until it penetrates enough. It takes some relief away, but I'm in a lot of trouble. The depression is so great. And aside from that, I don't ever even feel like eating anymore. I forget to eat and drink. I do. I don't think anything of it anymore. I don't mean to bring people on a roller coaster ride up and down like this. There's a lot of love here, but there's not a lot of time. Not a lot of time left. Devin is so soured to me. Somehow. The negative spirit prevails no matter how I talk to him or address him. He takes it as personal affront often, and we kind of get in trouble. And I don't understand it. I'm over here looking at my other screen. I'm looking for I'm going to try to do something ridiculous. A lot of people don't like it. A lot of people don't use it. I use it for a couple of things. But I can conversationally ask ChatGPT certain things and have the answers come up. I can even do it in an audio format, but I'm not fond of its banter in its voice mode. I'm trying to figure out how I would do this. Display capture, game capture, window capture. This one would be called Chat GPT. Jupiter. If it works. Okay, it shows. Capture method. We'll do some audio if it's available. And we'll say okay to that. And I want to put a filter on it. Color key. And we'll try a black. What are you doing? Custom color. There we go. Selectable. Selected. Pick screen color. Doot. 1F, 1F, 1F. That's my favorite. So what it does is it gives me a little bit of something different on the full screen size side of things. So if I look at ChatGPT and talk, okay, will I be looking at you? Oh, my eyes are crazy looking. Let's see if I can transition it in. Yeah, see how I did that? I can bring this down. And I can do this at the top. Just for anybody who's curious, this stuff is the simple basic stuff. So I can have ChatGPT basically right here responding. And I can use it appropriately, I think. So I will put a preview above the ChatGPT window on the screen over here, and then just slightly move this. That way I can talk. Okay, so the questions would be, what would we, or how if Anne is suffering from this narcissistic personality disorder, or a realm of it, something. I mean, we've seen enough. Seen enough to know that I'm suffering from something. So, what are we really seeing, and how do we address it if loving her more, or loving God more, being anything more or better or whatever, it just won't work? So let's see what this monster thinks. It's most of what I said. I'll throw that up. It'll be there. It's going to do its thanking. Jeepers creepers. It's not hard. Just step directly on it, folks. You guys are putting your weight and your worry in the wrong area of the sky. You're not carrying it in your hips. You're not staying low. All right, so that rolls up. Scroll. You see, that's not bad. So we read it. We're going to see it try to give me a clear clinical pattern set, right? So, describing a common dead-end pattern, right? More love, more patience, more righteousness, more self-improvement. I wonder if I could make this go bigger across the bottom of my screen. Will it actually work on my screen? Good, there it goes. I can take it to its limit. That I like. So there you go. What was that? That was a weird door close. So these were the questions I had a few days ago for everyone. So what do we do? So how do I love better? How do I love more? How do I help her? I have to be better too. I have to be not an a-hole, right? And so see, that's where the rub is, because a worldly man, a regular person, someone not knowing or paying attention to some of these things, might go, all right, what do I do? divorce her, get mad. No, what happened with me was I kept trying to point out little things. I didn't have any of the language. I didn't have any of this stuff. And like I said to you guys before, this stuff wasn't around. It wasn't there. This has been developed over the same course of period of my marriage. Well, Vacton's stuff in this realm. So this is the truth here. She would have to have a formal diagnosis. She would have to for proper treatment. And taking care of her, though, by recognizing patterns and stuff, wouldn't you do that with your own children? Wouldn't you want to just take care of things and find her in the mess of this? Find who she is, care for the possibilities of what went wrong, love and hold her dearly, and work out what she's really thinking and feeling with proper language and understanding, right? Temperance, love, patience. I mean, it required me to rethink how I spoke and I'm starting to hate the word expectations. It required me to have different expectations of her. So this is particularly important. Number one, this reality control. This is one thing that Devin and I see every time she's here. Repeated denial. The batch count story keeps changing. All stories keep changing. Yeah. Right there. Accountability. Yah asks us to be accountable, right? To go to the altar of sacrifice for every single thing. What does that mean? That means, well, when I'm required to show up at an event, I am the best person, the best representative that I can be. When I'm supposed to bring something, I don't bring garbage. I'm a standard bearer of Yah. I'm not a garbage handler. Right? Because what did the woman say about the dog? We're not trash. We're not garbage. My wife is not garbage. So in the world of how people treat each other that way, that's not what I want to do. That's not who I want to be. So on one hand, I'm super thankful for the realm of the study. But on the other hand, it's like a curse, because it is. It's like a curse, but I mean, because you're being asked to love like the Christ. Think about that. If somebody in your family, somebody you love dearly, was struck with some sort of illness where their cognitive ability, their memory was taken, and they became different, seriously different, what would your treatment be of them? Well, this thing that happened to my wife, this was a subtle thing. I didn't understand it. I still don't understand it. I don't know where it came from. I don't know what it is. I would never say she's not feeling it, that it's not real. But what I've noticed is that she tends to reclassify things that she sees into what it seems like, looks like, sounds like. And there's almost little to no regard for being wrong. I want to see if I can get him to make me one of them drinks. I don't know if he will. Hold on. We're going to just mute the mic. All right, he's gonna make me Blue Machine, the Naked Juice brand. I'm not sponsored. I'll drop it though. Naked Juice brand. Blue Machine. 2 Red Bull watermelons and then lemon seltzer. That takes me to the top. Usually I like to put in Passion for Life vitamins into it and overdose it. Oh man, my ear is greasy or wet. My monitor come out. So Anne would subtly try to get me upset to the point where speaker cables. What I ended up experiencing is it looked like she just needed to trigger me. Right? Because if she could trigger me, she could say I was doing something. Because she wasn't able to catch me doing something just out of the blue. She wasn't. I wasn't doing stupid stuff out of the blue. Ridiculous stuff and needing to answer to her. I would answer to her in a heartbeat. Don't get me wrong. I would answer to her. She's my wife. She has a respectful way of addressing me and needs something addressed. Absolutely. Why wouldn't I? I don't know. Try to avoid sanding at all cost. And I don't want to put any more holes in my thumbs or my fingers here. So sometimes when things relax a little bit, I can put a screwdriver. That's got to be sanded. Tops are good, but the bottoms are really, really. I'll have to make these permanent. Well, why wouldn't you? You know? You got... Oh. I'm almost under the impression... He just came back and got me the drink. I'm almost under the impression that it's... Oh, he doesn't know I'm talking to him. Okay, cool. Never mind. Never mind. It's all good. So I've got a couple of tiny grades here. I don't have any of the good metal stuff. This is a T2. This is a little rougher. I'm going to go for this one. This should take it down real fast. It's just a little burr of the edge of this guy. Oh, man. Is that going to make a sound? Not when I do it. All right. But it will make a sound when I talk. Maybe it'll carry your frequency in. The metals are kind of soft on these. These are not... That's a dead giveaway that it's cheap. So, yeah. I told her once, and it looks like I could even be Superman or Jesus himself. And you just wouldn't... It wouldn't matter to you. Because you're already saying, what are you, perfect, Brian? To me. And you're saying, oh, you just expect me to be perfect. And you're kind of doing it in the same breath. And you're not really catching on that, no, I'm not asking you to be perfect. I'm not going to be perfect. The Christ is perfect. We're perfect through Christ. But, there's a structure there. A structure. You just can't say, I believe, and then you're sanctified, justified, saved. So I didn't really know what was happening. It's like, unless I was the only accountable party for everything and anything, whenever anything and everything happened, even if she would do something silly, just silly, or, I mean, what have you. And I just ask, how hard is this? I mean, you see how I'm stuck in, I see how stuck I am. How hard is this? You have children? You see something your child's doing, you say, ho, wait a second. What is that you're doing? Right? You ask. You like, what are you thinking? If it's in that realm. There's an opportunity for learning. I get to learn what they're thinking. And if I have something to say about it, that's when I say it. Right? But the situation with my wife would be, hey, what is this? What are you doing? Oh, well, what about you? And it's an instant deflection, and it's for everything. And it wouldn't make a drop of sense. This is what I'm getting at. It's not like I said, hey, okay, here's a situation. Only one of these happened, but it's not like I'm going up to her and say, hey, you were in the room with them. They were fighting and you didn't break up the fight. These aren't the situations that are happening. It would still be preposterous for her to say, well, what about you? Right? But I'll give you a frame of reference. There's a guy in the building, Henry, right? He's this person that's, I don't know what he did in the Marine Corps, but based upon how he carries himself, he's more unsat than I ever was. And he stole my NRA membership stuff when it got shipped to me, and he lied about it. He called me up on the phone and said, hey, Brian, there's something down here for you from NRA. You should come and get it. So he creates a deflection and the diversion. I go down there instantly, and it's gone. He has no idea that I run down there that fast. Now, I don't have confirmation he took it, but who? Give me a break, Henry. So he doesn't want to be honest about it. For years, he doesn't want to be honest about it. He can't really share that information with anybody else and be proud of it. So it's like he's got to hide it under his pillow. So I think my gift was a duffel bag or something, because I would never get a knife from them or anything else from NRA, because why would I want to get something that I would want the most pick in and the most say in what it was, which would definitely be the knife realm or a tool of any kind. I wouldn't, like a SOG tool or something. Leatherman. I'm sanding these. That's why I'm looking down. It'd be a no-brainer real fast if I had my Dremel here, but I don't have my Dremel. I don't know where they were. I don't know where they went. I went searching for them. Oh, I got sidetracked. I don't even know what I'm saying. Yeah, so that's why I am streaming, actually, because I get so sidetracked. Accountability. You literally can't ask her to be accountable for anything she says, does. You're just in trouble. What about you? What about you? And if you're not even at the realm of accountability, meaning you haven't even hit the realm of shame, like you did this and you should be holding yourself accountable. She's just, what about you? It's into the deflection mode. So growth can't even happen. Understand? I don't even get to understand something. Do you see how frustrating that is, folks? even in love, going to her and saying, hey, I don't understand this inconsistency in character. Could you please explain these things? Here's some clarifying questions and some statements to see if you understand where I'm getting at. And I can't get a straight answer. I get, what about you? What about me? So we're not supposed to talk about you ever. When I bring it up, the conversation instantly has to go to what I do wrong. Well, I don't even know what you're talking about, because what about me what? In that instance? What about me what? When I'm showing an inconsistency of character? And then she'll say, you know, the thing you do when you do the thing. And then, there you go. So you're holding me responsible and accountable for something you cannot name. And you're doing it as a deflection when I'm just asking a question about something that I don't understand. Are you catching this, folks? One of my lights is doing its. I'm dead. I have no juice for you, friend. You must take juice from elsewhere. Take my juice, light friend. All right. Yeah, I use these little Olight balls. That's a red one. And I have this one. That's a white one. That one's right below the camera. And I have other balls of color that offset to give me depth and stuff and keep. I mean, if I don't have towels and junk behind me on the green screen, it adds the pop and the flash to the green screen that you need for your body. Wow, I'm going to be busy. Sanding away. That was the better part of the other night, too, was this job when I made the patch cables. They're right over there. Incidentally, I talked about this before. Cheap audio man needs to be cursed right now. Randy. The video is old, but me and Randy, I mean, he doesn't know me. Randy is me. He's just another version of me. And he got a great break, and more power to him. More power to you, Randy. He would have been the kind of guy that would have been a great and a dynamic duo doing this audio stuff with me, because it's exactly what I was like. It's exactly what I'm like. Him and I have like similar streaks and veins. Well, he turned me on to the AO. He wasn't a kit guy, but when he got into the audio group, audio gear thing, he turned me on to the Ayima AO7. And I actually went after him and said to him, wow, you changed my whole world, because here I am. I'm using I have to say the word. It's SHIIT. The company is shit. They did it on purpose. Don't get me wrong. I'm not swearing. I'm not being profane. The company is shit. And I bought a Hell, HEL, 2E, a Saber DAC. Okay, that one's done. How much of this one is done? I bought a Saber DAC. Overhead knob. It's a microphone, headphone amp, DAC, and preamp all in one. And I was already a Parts Express guy because Radio Shack is gone. I was already building my own speakers, building kits and retrofurbing and doing stuff with Minimus 7s. And I built these towers, the Parts Express Tritrix kit. And, you know, these little tips, they all came from Parts Express years and years ago. So, getting all kinds of lost here. That's just what we're doing. We're just building stuff. Okay, I think this one's done altogether. So now I have to just sand the other tips or verify and get those on, and then my cables will be finished. I'll have to clean them up with a little rubbing alcohol to get the powdered metals, and then just sand it away. This one is going to be super simple. Just got the tiniest burr. This is why I take notes. So accountability allergy. How do I explain that to you? You see it. One time, yeah, so there it is. One time. Now, see, I know it's New York, and New York, you have no, what's the thing of privacy? Expectation of privacy? So, like public hallways, certain spaces, the laws here are you can be recorded and you don't need consent. Private homes are different. I don't know the law completely in that regard. But I know the lady that came to visit us in regards to Adrian, she was against the cameras, the security cameras. I told you, because we have a studio here and we have security cameras and they're on a lot. And you will be filmed. You will be watched while you're here for our protection and safety, because I don't even know why she's coming anyways, right? All right, that one's done. And this one's going to be super fast. She freaked out. She didn't leave. I mean she chose to leave. She didn't stay. So let's get to the next one. You know, I don't want to keep rambling off and ruining everybody's day. Nobody watches my videos anyways. They're just here for a record. They're not here for monetary reasons or anything else. It's just a record. I don't have anybody to talk to. People don't want to listen to me talk. Oh, I make perfect sense to them when I do talk. But when somebody else represents me, I don't know what Joel was saying. So let's get back to this. Shame, anger, contempt. Right? Mousy. Go back to where you're supposed to be, mouse. Hello, mouse. There you are. So shame, anger, contempt when confronted with evidence. This is the worst one. This is the part what I just said. With inconsistency. There's escalation, coldness, intimidation, or punishment. Silent treatment, stonewalling, smear. I'm getting this from Devin now. Yeah. Even if I talked to him about any little thing he does that he could be doing different about his attitude, because his attitude stinks. I feel what he feels, and this is a hard life, a hard situation to be in because his mom dumped it all on him. Dumped it all on the two of them. She just up and left. Telling everybody, oh, it's so dangerous for me to be there or something. I don't know what she could be saying. But she left Adrian here, and she left Devin here, and she left Vance here. With me. So, Welang Hia. Shame and anger. Shame. Filipinos don't have a good way of dealing with shame. At all. They run from it. In a way of saving face. It's a saving face mechanism. I mean, we all have it. It's pride and shame. It's the unnatural, unhealthy amalgam mix of those two. Right? And look at that. Silent treatment, stonewalling, smearing. She's slandering me to other people. To anybody else that's watching. And this was the thing with Ed Murphy. He's like, I'll talk to her. Oh, yeah, you will. And she'll run you ragged and talk circles around you. And she'll chew you up and spit you out because you're not prepared. I asked Mr. Murphy to become prepared, to become equipped to handle this phenomenon that I'm dealing with. None of you are dealing with this. None of my YouTube friends, none of my new YouTube compatriots, none of followers of the way, none of you Natsarim, none of you. If you are, this is the place to come. I'm the guy to talk to. Because I need just as much information as maybe you do. Are we being convinced that we're crazy? My wife threatens, punishes me with behavior. And now, even when I followed the biblical course, the first witnesses are my kids. I have to lean over very hard to get something. I'm going to stop the camera from following me. Okay, that works there. It's time for the magic parts, the cleanups. I got to clean my hands. And I got to put a little bit of love on those tips. Clean these tips up. All 4 of them are done. So before I get the shrouds on, I'm going to spray the whole thing down with alcohol. Even inside where the copper is. Because those last bits, I mean, I was handling it with a t-shirt with cotton, right? But if there's any oils on the copper, that's getting kind of pushed out right now, washed off the copper inside of here. There's lots of other things people could do with these. Better, of course, there's better tips. I got pure copper spades. I got pure copper tips. I've got rhodium plated. I really like the Eminence ones now. But you could if you could do it safely, you could drop hot solder into this. That would absolutely connect every strand to each other inside. So here we are. These are all wiped off. And I'm going to get some Loctite. Can I lean away again? Good. Don't follow me, camera. And with this other wet one, what did I do with all the shrouds? Shields. I have 2. I need 2 more. Black and a red. And because these things are close to 18, 19, 20 years old now, I just took them off their old cables to recycle them for their new cables. I'm not buying, that hole in my thumb, I'm not buying new ones. No siree. All right, those 2 are washed. Well, their fake gold plating is cleaned up as much as possible. So here's another part that was hard for me. It's not just a companion. Conditional love, right? Look at that one very carefully. Unless I am just agreeing with everything she says about everything, which would mean she has what? A loser, jerk, irredeemable, guilty, deficient, crappy husband? If I just agree with her, gang, then everything's fine. Right? That's like really messed up. I'm shaking up the Loctite. Yeah, I'm using red. These aren't coming off. I sanded the things down. How are you going to get them off? You have to cut them. These cables are cut cables now. You want to reuse these cables, you got to cut the tips off. So I can do this pretty easy. Just do a couple of beads, a bead on each bit of thread. 2, 3, 4. I'll show it off. Even though it's not DIY-ish show. There's little red bits, little red drops. Camera can't show it because I don't use autofocus. So, red on red. Number 1. Screwed on. What's next? We've got a black. That's on. We've got the other black. That is screwed on. And last but not least, this last red. There you go, folks. So, I probably spent about, I don't really remember. Copper was a lot cheaper when I bought these. Huge. This is a large run because I used 3 feet of the sleeve. No, I used a whole new package for this. Minus about 8 inches. This was 30 feet. 30 feet. So these are 15s. 15-foot cables, I think, maybe. Which is not normal for me. I would normally like to do a 9-foot or an 8-foot. But I got to get the stuff used up. So one end has tips. We have a nice clean shrink tube on it. You've got the black Tech Flex with the silver and gold in it. So we're about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, maybe they are 9s. 6, 7, 8. Nope. 9, 10. I'm gonna have to measure them. So the other ends, it's just this. Because I've got these little push, dual-ended push-in guys. So inside my speaker, I can swap out the cables in there, and swap out the. I could just unscrew the speakers. Boop boop boop. Shoo, take the crossover wires out. Swap wires out really easy inside. And so the outside has a really strong spring drop in for boop boop for these 2 tips to go in. So there's one of those. And here's the second one. When I first started doing this, I'd had guys on Reddit saying, ha ha, what'd you do, spend hundreds? Like, no, I made these. What are you talking about? Yeah, I hope I did. I think I might just go produce it. Right? I'm going to coil them up. Because these snakes, I mean, they're not as big as mogamis. Mogamis are quite huge. These are canary, however you want to say it. Here we go. One of my ends is really long. I gotta plier pinch them to make them like that, and twist them up, get them just right. But I have to do it with not touching them, and I have to do it with glove, and I have to do it with Q Blue. This anti-corrosion stuff I use on my tomahawks, my knives, and cutlery, and wow, yeah, these are. These are pretty big. These are hefty. Yeah, so 2 days. Labor. The 3-foot ones I made, they're like $40 if you get them from World's Best Cable. $40. And I've made one set of 9s over there on the TV, and now these are probably like 11 or 12s. Plus the 3s. And so then you got the other guys that can't build and they can't buy, and they just tear you down because you've done this. So they have to tear you down. What do you even need that for? I use 30 gauge ribbon cable from old IED cables that I solder together in giant chains. Sounds amazing. I'm looking forward to plugging these in. I am, because I've got crappy speaker cables on those towers right now. So back to the agenda. Helping people understand and saving Anne. And I want her to be saved. I want her to find I want her to find salvation. That's a whole nother ball game with a mental illness, don't you think, folks? I mean, how do we even deal with this? So yeah, okay, conditional love, that warmth, that affection, that stuff, a lot of it's missing to begin with, but then I have to be a certain person. I have to behave a certain way, or I don't deserve it. Everything with her is transactional. So here's the other thing. Number 5. You all don't know her. Her friend Dorinda said to me, I have a hard time believing anything you say about your wife, Brian. Yeah, that's because you're her dupe, Dorinda. Be respectful, Dorinda. Why don't you be respectful? Before I met you, Dorinda, I had been with her for 20 years. How long had you even known her? Put all of your hours, your man hours, together. And tell me what you went through with her. Tell me your life together with her, where you know her so well, and her husband doesn't know jack shit about her. Right? There, I said it. I apologize for my language. You had a hell of a lot of nerve saying that, Dorinda. I have a hard time believing anything you say. I went to you specifically. You're the body of Christ. The 2 witnesses didn't work, Dorinda. So what spirit are you governed by, Dorinda, that if you didn't understand that coming out of the gate, that when I showed up and I said to you, this is why I'm here. Because there's something wrong with my sweet wife, and I don't know what it is. Because sometimes she's not so sweet. And when she's not so sweet, that's what you saw. Something that was held back, something that was pulled back, something that was taken away from me. I'm in a prison now. I'm in a prison now simply because a lot of you don't actually care, actually love the way Christ tells you to love. Love the way God tells you to love. You don't. Where's the proof? Joel has the nerve to tell me the reason why adults don't come here is because he calls me a coward and says I hide behind children while airing my so-called grievances with my wife. Do you hear that, folks? And David took a 12-inch kitchen knife that was in my son's hand, and she tried to put it through her own throat. YouTube, she tried to unalive herself, Joel. Your text statement in Facebook where you said that, sorry, my apologies. You said it to me, text on the phone. I have it. It might even have been Facebook. I don't really recall. It doesn't really matter. But you said, stop airing your so-called grievances with your wife to children. It's cowardly. Man up. That's why no adults have ever come around. Anne doesn't need an adult person coming around, Joel. My children don't need another adult chiming in on this, Joel. This external image versus private behavior. The person you guys see is not the same person we live with here. Do you people understand this? My wife has a good idea and a bad idea at the same time. It's a good idea. She wants to buy a flat of eggs. It's the best idea because a flat of eggs is the cheapest. It's the most eggs. I can make room in the fridge for the flat, or I can do what she suggested, save egg cartons. I will not save egg cartons and store them where they were because roaches. Because it's near my plants, okay? I have to be fair. It's near my plants where there's a lot of dirt, a lot of soil, a lot of things where creatures in these New York apartments are going to habituate toward. And they do. They basically live in it. I don't want them having little apartments inside these egg cartons at all. And there's nothing wrong with me wanting that. Nothing wrong with me wanting that at all. So there's this cute little video where sorry, I don't want to say it wrong. She just scoffs. She's like, you don't agree with me. I'm out of here. She's like a little kid. And Anne, I'm not disagreeing with you about the egg carton thing. I'm disagreeing with you about the storage. I'm telling you, I'll do it. I just don't like storing them where they are. It's not going to work. I'll store them someplace else. So that's now translated into her not buying a flat of eggs the last time she was at the store. She posted that she was going to get one. She asked if she should get one. I can't believe she asked the question again. Everybody knows in this house that she should just buy it. She even erased the text message. You don't see this person. None of you see this person. None of you are a challenge enough for her. You don't pose challenges enough for her to be the person that you're looking to see so you could have a frame of reference in regards to what I'm talking about. It hurts being her friend. It hurts loving her. It hurts looking out for her. It hurts telling her. If there's something that she doesn't see and doesn't know, and I'm looking out for her and I tell her, she might get upset that I noticed it. Oh, I would have seen that. Oh, you should have just given me a minute. I would have figured that out. How do I know you needed a minute? I'm your husband, and I know what your needs were in that moment. I saw them. I don't know you need a minute. I know your need. I don't know you need a minute. That's not communicated to me. And now I'm a bad person. Again. So these patterns loving more doesn't fix it. Being better doesn't fix these things. You see this thing? What's missing? Mutuality, honesty, accountability. That's what's missing. Empathy. This is what's missing. It's now happening with Devin. What has to happen now every single time is if I run into a difficulty with Devin where he needs discipline, meaning he needs to be taught in the way he should go. The circumstance requires a learning. So what Devin will do is, instead of learning, he'll just label himself as worthless and walk off. He won't be honest about the situation. And then a certain amount of time will have to happen where he gets to be grumpy, mad at me, hold everything against me, be upset with the way I handled it, as if I'm accountable to him. And then there's only two things he could bump into at the end of this time frame. He's either correct or I was correct. If he's correct, he doesn't know how to handle it and talk to me about it and ask me for accountability. I've already put it on the table. If I'm correct, he doesn't know how to apologize for his behavior. He doesn't make any attempts. And he doesn't know how to bring it to the table. He doesn't even try. So the mutuality, the honesty, the accountability, the repair, the restoring the relationship, it's not there. It's not there with Anne. She can take, but never restore. That doesn't work for me. So how do we address this when being better doesn't work? Now, I'm not going to read this like it's my script. It's not my script. We asked this question together. So what you have to do is what? They tell you to stop using more effort as the main lever, right? Adrian's back. And this is common sense answering. Because why would you engage in what would be vanity and vexation of spirit? Right? This is the lesson of the preacher. Right? Why would you engage in unwinnable arguments? Right? So you want limited engagement with those, and you want a limited engagement with consequences you can actually enforce. It's about keeping your expectations realistic. If you want to relate, if you want to be with a person that's like this, sacrifice has to be made. But understanding has to be there. You have to learn what you're up against. So this is where I was at. If she would escalate, I couldn't go here. I couldn't go to this because mocking, yelling, the intimidation, the blurting under your breath, this is trolling. This was the incitement of violence. She's actually looking for the justification to leave, or looking for the justification for whatever justification. This is where I was at also, wanting to do reconciliation with a third party. That's why I reached out for the church. Right? So the bottom one here is probably effective communications, right? Use a tighter communication method. This, if recordings are there, okay. See that? Character attacks? Character attacks? That's incitement of violence. She'll say, well, that's what you do. No. That's you saying it seems like, looks like, sounds like, and not validating and verifying it before you act. And getting all bent out of shape and pissy, and it not even being what's happening. And now I'm paying the price. And you're paying the price too. This goes back to what I was talking about. You're exercising the energies involved to think these things to begin with when it's not really happening to you. It's not really happening to her. And this is all common sense. Right here. Don't argue about motives, labels. Don't try to be Don't try to be her clinician. I've said all this to her. And when you say this, and then this gets denied, trust collapse. What about you? What about me? You know what she actually did? in that what about you, what about this, and it struck me as odd because I've been thinking about it recently. There's a young girl that used to live down the street. She was of marrying age, perfect marrying age. I'm here, I'm 35, 36 years old. She's coming around 27, 28 years old. I considered her attractive, normal, comeliness. She's Jewish. She's Ashkenaz. She's of the Werner family. I knew her brothers. I knew of her brother's story. I knew of her father. I knew her mother. I was invited to the home. I was invited for Shabbos meal. I was invited into the family. Her and I hit it off very well. Her and I knew there was an attraction there. Her and I are respectful adults, Yah-fearing adults. Never embarked upon, never discussed, never flirted with, never said, it could be this if we were that. I was told plainly by her, if I was your first choice, then things would be different. But because I am not, this is the way it is. I thought that was brilliant. No nonsense, to the point, and acceptable. I knew that she was someone, and I have to tell you this, Anne. She was attracted to me. She respected me. She admired me. And there was an opportunity for me to be believed in, cared for, the way I needed. But I was true to Yah, true to my to my commands, true to my commitment, true to my covenants, true to my vows. And there was no question about it. No question. Fast forward 2 years later, recent, I've got the diagnosis of the STI. I've asked her about other men. I've wondered about it. I've asked her to get Tato's paternity test. And she said out of the blue one time, what about you? What about Hannah? What about that girl? You didn't do this, you didn't do that, you weren't cheat. And I'm like, all right, she's actually asking me if I was with her. Or she's asking me further up the chain, have I entertained it? Lust of the flesh, looking upon a woman, wishing I was with her. And I'm like, okay. It didn't dawn on me until recently why she was asking me the question that way. It didn't even dawn on me until now. Because this is what's been happening. She's been popping up with a lot of justifications and a lot of denials and a lot of hypocritical things that don't make a lot of sense when you hold them up to the light, hold them up to scrutiny. I'm here right now. I'm in silence. I'm in the home alone. It's more than days. We're at a year. We're at a year now, folks, where she's been gone. She's literally been gone a year. See? Individual evaluation therapy for each of us. This is... I'm letting you read this stuff. I mean, it's ChatGPT, but ChatGPT, this version, it goes out and gets the stuff from the sources. This is common sense stuff. See that? We won't call each other bad names. We need timeouts, breaks. Walk away, But look at this. What apology includes. What follow-through looks like. this doesn't happen. I don't even get recognized for following through. If I do something right in the realm of what she requests, she doesn't even recognize it. It's as if I was never doing it wrong to begin with in the first place. It was just something she used against me to defend herself. There's good advice. If you're being gaslit and you start doubting your reality, use practical protections. This is what I started to try to do, record everything. Right? See that? Use text and email. If I'm dealing with abandonment, which is where we're at, I spoke to a lawyer and I really can't do anything in New York because New York is filled with greed. If I wanted to pursue something here, I would need to have a retainer, or I'd have to pursue pro bono, or I'd have to be able to prove something in court through something that would launch somehow through a criminal thing. I don't want to hurt my wife. I don't want to hurt her at all. Consequences are consequences. But I'm not the judge of her. I mean, it's just like this. These are things that this all should have been taken out of her. Wow, what just went dark on me? Oh, okay. Computer, panel light on.
Let's not close the result this week. All right. Green screen still works a little bit. That's worse. Still the bubbles are warm. So it's just forward. Here's your reviews later. Because I can't. I want to go to kids. I want to live life together. I think I want your life together. Maybe every young got to live our life together. How many hours apart from Helen? I got here. And it was a warning. It didn't. Continue to live in and continue to evolve and fill out from now on. Here. It's a cosmological thing. It's up to here. It's and 2 days, 2 days. That's it. If I would like things, clothes, small things. She said, it's closet has been stuck for 10 more years, and 9 more years, it's not closet. I never got to fix anything up. I'm trying to relax. It's cute. Everything is wrong. She didn't do anything ever. Reference was this car. And I would have loved to help that. Walked off. And then I could have saved 7 year brain. I could have 7 year brain and I could have got the $12. Drink through the food. And in fact, if I live more consistency, it's lost back. You're both up. Do it directly. It's always a fact. Wait for how it's on the side. It's just a fantastic car. I think so. I could be wrong. I need to see our reasons. What's the real reasons? I need to see our reasons. She's a participant spouse. She's a abandoned me. She's abandoned me. She's abandoned your kid. Your kids. Many visits. I'm hurting. I can't change. Would you attempt to hear? It's so much. I wonder if anyone loves and respect Aries. Look. It's everything I've already tried. Nothing respect from your family. Hesitations. Serious spaces. Second one. So she got him 18 on COVID spaces. And they were not to be there. But she said, hey. It's 10 o'clock, everyone. Some sort of frequent right now. I don't know who my wife is. You're going to be upset. All I did was notice she never came home all those years ago. Did. Let's compare me to the lives I had. Let me say this right. Let's gotta say this right. It's hard to live God's experiences. Self. It's hard to have understanding. Like this is knowledge. It's not to see somebody act this way. It's hard not to say, well, what could you have done to trigger it? What could you have done to deserve this? It's hard not to say it. It's hard not to be her friend. It's hard not to be my friend and say these things. When you realize what I was saying was true, I didn't know what was all going on. I didn't have my stuff together, folks. I admit it. Afraid to read my mind, kid. Met me when I was like 11. 12, 13, 14. 15. Forced to move away. suburbs, exile budgets. My mom was so poor that it was in kitchen sandwiches. Patty melts half dollars before. It hurt. And then halfway. Said, my whole age, you guys are so poor. This was a few years back when I touched base with her. Again, she was looking at Dell. She does anybody have any idea what this is like? You mean? Cheap body man, even a man, cheap body man. Couldn't be that guy because my wife didn't love me enough to support me. I don't understand enough about it, so I canceled churches. I'm just going to knock off and let my eyes. I'm not going to not support you. I'm not understand. I'm not believe in you. It doesn't matter if you have experience, you have wisdom or knowledge. It doesn't matter if you don't go down and try hard. It doesn't matter. I don't believe in you. That's what we're doing with her felt all these years. Nobody knows this. Nobody knows this. I'm starting to get really interested in the video games industry and starting to do for the industry change and asked to do our artists to learn how to do maybe badasses and asking to the artists to learn Photoshop, all the 3D apps. Valve, the company Valve, makes Half-Life, and they you know, games. They changed their software to SSI. The model system changed. Since the change was all soft. You know, file was dropped. You know, there's a bitmap. Take the bitmap. Shot. Sure. Keep moving. It's all over. Shoot. Just characters. Game. Starts to submit artwork to a global government. Started being noticed. Started still going and republished these days. Hey, I'm so good at this. And all the kids that was doing my work were getting dismissed. So I read Gold. I read Gold my assets. Mainly because it was called Marvel Losers. These assets were no longer available to them. I sent some work to Andy Fishberg. And service for radio, which is Microsoft software. So it's a developer. I had it. Also, I didn't know. About the studio. I didn't job there. I was just and it's just a bit. He was being fantastic. The other guy. And he was sometimes singing something for Thunderstruck. Very famous. Yeah. Very famous. So I got involved in the music. I started working in church. I started learning my identity. Started learning my vocals. I started working on household. I started working on another space model, another same guy counts also. I started doing spaceships and kitchen utensils and spaces and uniforms. And right. And everything changing. It was so sad. It was so sad for me. Because what no one knows is that things went down to house. Because I have systems in place to take care of the kids. Change the name of school and show it to the fellow developers like Randy Richford. What's happening? I was already bringing up my life. That's a block office in the sand. But you can't watch me a few times. It's not going on the corner. It's just to avoid. It's so screwed. It's a disappointment. See, it's some of the work. Graphics and stuff. Someone it's in space over there again. That's the things I do. You guys gotta look at that, see some of the work. She named that. Which I was good. I know, and then even Asian students just say, well, I watch you guys think about this. 66 years ago. And we're talking about 4 years into their marriage when they begin. G.O. was a big thing. Just started. G.O. was a big thing. You know, Children was a big thing, but she was not a thing. I watch watching Adrian was his video. I watch watching people play hard. Can't take play hard. You like see the films from yesterday? He goes through level stuff. That's everything. As soon as I see him, he tries. Right. Sometimes that's the CC. What do you was going to do? Skip it. I didn't care about the movie. I didn't care about the good way. I care about good activity. It's just really cool as that. I'm not making that sense of sports. I'm just there to walk stage and but that part of this industry would need people a lot. That's what the game's me. Continue. It's really going to be. It's a game, man. I can pop on right now and just say, hey, what's up? What age are you? No, it's just I said, somebody comes outside of the room. That's the computer. It's like Xbox. She's just sitting over there. She's straight to his own system. I was doing this with she started. I saw her name. expectations or whatever. That's what's exactly that. I'm looking to create something. Remaining names, names was really good about sponsorships. I was going to be, the ones I was going to tell you. What's yours back? Which starts down that means it's saying disappointment, betrayal, rejection. So, I got shit in my first step. First tells me how to find her. And then it tells someone because they haven't been learning me. Church, some change things inside. How I speak. Changed. And it's right back to what? It's like, wow, it's with so it's something that shows you. So listen, this is where I'm at. I can't believe this meeting situation. Where am I going to go? I'm ultimately. So much hard, don't get me wrong. I need a system in place, understanding. It's right. I can do a job. I understand it. This graduates in seven. ADD is turning to mind to turn around and not never. I'm that guy. I'm that guy for you. That changed my life. So structure. Structure change myself. Oh, yes. We've already tried something that could easily. It's just a little bit of experience. Just go home. Just go home. Let's fix it. What am I supposed to do? It seems the world was. It seems challenging. Did you get your build? Yes, I did. It's just the three of us. It's probably all another number of subsets. So it's going to be almost all subsets. That's the 200 now. It's just storage. Let's start taking stuff out of here. Storage, selling, life, getting junk. Sadly, we waited too long and most of the push officers. It's just a thief on it's offered you can't. Most of the push officers that I could have made relationships with, and then friends, we're all moving to Pennsylvania now. We're all out of horses. We get sexually shy out of the horses. In previous days, making lives results, raising hands. And you're stuck here. You didn't want to commute. I'd cross. That your two kids could have gotten away with maybe even me. And just take your brain. Our lives can't change if we don't change. So what is left? We can control one of these two options. We can't remember two. Number one. Yeah, you can't talk to the therapist. I'm not talking to us at all. It's like you're never coming back because you think reconciliation means what? It was just wrong. That's not what it means. It's one thing. Where is your mindset in it? You won't make amends, you won't make things right, you won't make a fault. You're not just not deficient. You're one of two chances in a union. We have obligations to these children for our own feelings. You still not prepared for these children are gone. But not gotten. You can't wait. You can't come home. You come home. Since a home. So he feels safe and secure being here. You want to go home? How do you make this safe and secure for you to be here? You don't aggravate that, but I mean, totally and do things that no one even does. And if you do those things, come to the table, we'll do it. Talk to you about your mistakes, his experience. We work together. Honestly, this is like what to do. Run? You just run in the hand? You're not to. You can't keep any relationship with anybody. You can't keep anybody to love you like you have for 25 years. That's just somebody that had a past you already. So you know, Michael. So you said his name's Tom. You're never going to die. You don't go to your presence. Chop it up, understand? But you can't. I don't know you want to talk about it. You think it discuss it with another guy? I'm the one that says I. I'm the one who said, well, yeah, we don't talk about persons. How did I get it? I'm everybody, I got it. Smoking a cigarette one time, he asked it on and he gave it to me. And I figured it out. Didn't smoke over. A day later, for now house and took out of it. And you know, I'm not a recreational smoker. As a dispensary user. Okay? That's an exercise I just know. It's what I'm saying. You need to do his own thing. It's just learning. It's just not telling me. It's just trying to tell me. I don't know the difference between because it's the because it shows up. Because it's the manifests. It's spreading the world and we're going. This was all going to Amen. But this is truly Amen. So somebody has to be there going. Sorry to say it, folks. Sorry to say it. I don't know that it has to do with the. I don't know that it has to put the thoughts out of my. Right. to forgive. I just have that diagnosis. So what do? She needs a check. She falls. It's all positive. And I go check again. It costs money. She gets a free check. And if she falls, I go get check again. How do I have gotten it? It makes sense. I'd be freaking. She's positive. I don't have to get a kid's checked. Because I need to give it to her. And her child, for example, if that was it, it's it. It was just a devil. Actually, that doesn't make sense. Adrian, no, Adrian, you don't have hands doesn't have. Face it, certain space. Tough time. Hands has it, and that place. We're going to have another space sometime. Here's the thing. It's not hospital. It's supposed to tell us most of the things. It's supposed to test things. That's another reason why. Why don't you test today? Why don't you want to go pursue this? It's because you don't have it. That's why it's positive. That's the only thing you do is take care of it. You feel much better. You do have it. And I have it. And there's one wrong doing there. It's not wrong doing. It's also honesty. It's deception. Right? What can you do about that? Nothing. Nothing. Just accept it. So stress situation is you get your forgetting anything chances. We need to lower it together. I'm not happy with some decisions. I'm not happy with shifting in the direction. So I don't want to help you. And it's devastating. Oh, this kid's going to tell them only 911, and it's the same thing. It's going to take over and all. It's going to have watches. Dead off. It's not going to have his brother here. It's not going to have his mom here. Does anybody know how agencies are to me? Talking about your son. Your house disconnecting our head from reality. Simon had tried to unalive himself. Contemplated. God. Praise God. You had the nerve to tell me I must have been doing something and act a certain way. Okay. As maybe my mom acted a certain way. So do you? So cool, Ed. So cool. Don't lie to me and tell me you did any research at all. You learned what a narcissistic personality is and what it may mean to me if she really suffering from it. Because I told you everything that it's the examples. I told you it all points to this. Art is great because I love her and I love her where she gets. I can't outdo her. I can't do good. I can't. That's excellent. I can't. Anything. I'm not allowed. Can you do that better than her? Better something than her? I have to do worse, but I guess it's so she's That's what she does anyway. She just keeps me in a box. Tells me what I exist right now. It's misunderstood. I'm just a misunderstood person. That's hard. Elevated evaluation session around those people. She believe in this. It's 10:30. My son is missing. It's like I'm in the middle of all the my son is missing, folks. He's taking it upon himself to leave the home. That's 21-year-old man. And he gave no consent to mental health professionals. This says not and don't know anything about that. And he's making decisions based on suggestions they're making. No, it's like he's highly autistic, can't handle self-informed, doesn't understand social concepts and abstracts like normal human beings. Doesn't understand love. He's different. He's such a needs. This was my expression, boy. She treated him different all his life. Why did she treat him so different? What do you want to tell me? My wife, working with the Board of Education, New York City, working for Care, working for Robert Cooper, working for William O'Connor, for the whole career, out for special needs children, making sure they have as much care as possible, not falling through the cracks, not losing opportunities to be the best person there can be. And she let her own son fall through the cracks. She was in denial from the start about what was wrong. Sorry to be loud. She was in denial from the start about what was wrong. He was fixing signs of. He just showed things he wasn't there to go along with. Setting up on the sidelines during competitive events and not participating in the little award show. He would drive down to steal all the awards from us. Showing up and wanting to participate in whatever we were doing, fine. That's fine. I want it. This is get some, a little help, a little encouragement, a little correction. And then it turned out, my shame. Hey, he felt like innocence about stuff I never knew. I completely used to express myself socially. There's someone who uses this. All we have to do is bring it to our attention and say how we felt. It's just come and say, hey, I feel this, I feel that. We would have analyzed that. Now I know what happens.
I put the information in. You can, so every time you come up on a situation, so you've seen it before. I'm happy. You might buy something. Or remember, you might buy something. And my expectation shows up. Situation and I don't know how to talk to you. I don't know what you're really feeling. I speak you in a way with an expectation. And I don't have to do something. It's like my comes over you. You say, great. That sounds just worthless. And no one says it to you. No one says it to him. No one says it to Devin. The negative spirit right here that's left behind, whatever it is. It's doing the same thing to Devin that did to them too. My wife, in the last moments that was negative when she left, a couple of times, a few weeks back, she screamed in the hallway again after she was told, no, that's not correct. I'm deficient. Also, you're not the only one. There is none perfect. Nobody's perfect. Okay, Adrian. Okay. But she's blurting and screaming that her feelings are that I'm telling her that she's just deficient. And she's taking the just deficient and then saying, and that means just worthless or something. But that just means she's refusing the correction again. No one told you were worthless. I loved her like she was my own kid. It sounds weird. But what are you supposed to do as a husband? She's tender, she's innocent, she's beautiful, she's kind. You want to ruin that in your wife? You want to ruin that? Well, I didn't know how to talk to her. And she didn't know how to talk to me. And so we got too far into that. Past the love and respect model. Past the crazy cycle. And now we're in this situation where it looks like she's created an out or a safety net for herself where she's involved other people, possibly an ex-boyfriend, possibly someone that believes they have a shot with her, possibly someone that believes she should leave me. I don't know what is believed. I don't know where the woman is. I can't reconcile it with her. I can't ask her any questions. I can't say, what do you want? What do you need? I love you, Anne. I can't serve you. Can't serve you. Why aren't you recalling what was happening, what was supposed to happen? I made a commitment. I got all fired up. Something was happening. Truth Unedited. Had that around for years. Started seeing stuff that was really different. Then Ron started coming around. You guys have to know, the truth is the truth. And a lot of us started to come around to it at the same time. Ron was coming up with stuff on his videos after I was coming up with it. Not meaning I, but this is the Holy Spirit at work. This is the Ruach HaKodesh. This is the stuff being revealed in end times. I started to see things about the modern church, and this was all coming around, and I was like, you know what? I want the Sabbath. It sounds beautiful. I want these holidays. They're beautiful. It's just like Thanksgiving. It's not Christmas. It's not let's have a material possession holiday. But it's like Thanksgiving.
5, 6, 7 times a year, where you bring the best of your best. You bring it to the table, you feast, you honor Yah, you love each other. It's perfect. And I started small, and I wanted to start walking to ShopRite with the cart and taking my kids so I could get my health back. I started wanting to do this. I was heavy. I was getting up close to 300 pounds. I started fasting. I started praying. And then one day, and it's actually 2 days, 2 separate events. Vance was with me both times. And we came back from Berry Goods, the bodega down the street, with some groceries. Instead of me having Mom pick them up on the way home, I was doing my part. I was unquitting. I was going to go back to basically courting that woman again. We weren't so far bad. We weren't too bad. Well, she wasn't really revealing it, but I guess we've always been bad for a long time. She's been holding back on it. But I was basically ready to re-court that woman, and I had started learning somewhat about the narcissistic personality disorder stuff, and I started to care for her differently. I started to love her more. I stopped seeing her as a person that was just grumpy or bad attitude. I started seeing it as, how can we be better together? How can I not trigger her? How can I let her know that she's loved? The girl that's inside there, the wonderful girl that whatever happened, that she needed to get rid of to create that false self, to protect herself, and live in this false narrative. I don't even know if that's accurate. Professor Vaknin's stuff. It looks like they recreate themselves and roll it out there until it gets dashed and destroyed. And then they blame the person who dashes it and destroys it instead of any mistake she may have made on her own. Instead of her taking responsibility for it, she tends to not do that. She doesn't take responsibility for these things. Z, I really want to wrap this up. I'm getting super tired. And you guys are tired of seeing my stupid face. So, these are all great things. I'll come back to this another time. I want to do something else. But I don't know what that would be. I can't talk to Devin because this is too much for him. He's wrecked. He's wrecked. See, this is a conversational thing. I don't even want to answer it. If I shrink it, does it go away? It certainly does. Oh, I must have moved myself way up high. That's funny looking. What did I do? Boop. Here we go. guys can hear Adrian. Can you hear him in the background? He's still banging away. Plants vs. Zombies. Hi, Adrian. What you playing tonight, kiddo?
Zombies.
Plants vs. Zombies? And you're a chopper?
And Jumper.
This is that map. This is that map I keep telling everybody about. One, I can't describe it. Robbing jumps huge distances to set up certain things. The flower pots, the traps. You see this kind of these traps like that. Player one ready? I'm player one. Here's player one. So in I gotta switch my camera again. So it looks like I'm looking at him when I'm looking at him now. The other thing I want to do is when I look at him, I'll look at gameplay like he's doing. But they that's all there is to it. Nobody to talk to. I can't tell her what I think and feel about her because she can't change it. Can't change it. I don't want it. Is it okay, Adrian, if they watch you play?
Yes.
Maybe we should end the stream though.
Hey, Devin. What kind of person am I? Remember when I gave you one of these to take apart? Yeah? I told you not to screw it back. I have to unscrew this whatever wire. You unscrew them out, right? To put wire back in, so you screw it back in, so I could just unscrew it again. They told me not to screw it back in, and you did. The dilemmas I face all the time. Every single one was him. Mine. Screw's still out. Screw in. Screw's still out. So I can stuff a wire. Put that screw them all back in. So I actually have to unscrew them to put the wire. See the hole? You can't stick the wire in. How do I move? Hey, cutie, here's this. Do this, don't react. You do the opposite. Hey, honey, what happened? What are you doing? What are you looking? I asked you another question, and you just walked away. Thank you for confirming that, Devin. Way to go, kiddo. Glad love is prevailing here. Now I don't know how to help you again. Don't you understand that you're saying the same thing to me, that somehow you feel like you're living in a prison? If you've got something I need to address, and it doesn't come to the table, I can't change it. Do you feel like change will happen for you? No, so you're stuck in that box too, right? So how many hours am I going to have to wait for you to figure out that you're wrong again, Devin? to take the position you take.
Good.
I'm asking you to relate to something in ways which you obviously don't. How come every time I ask you to consider what someone else might feel, you get upset? How come every time I ask you to consider what this is like for me, you get upset? I feel like I'm in a box, like a prison, where I'm not going to get any sunlight or anything at all from you. You're withholding, you're giving me silent treatment, you're being rude, and you're expecting me to kowtow to it. You're a tyrant! This is your prison. These are your rules right now. You're enforcing your rules. You're not obeying any of mine. You're not even considering them.
What?
And all I'm asking you to do is tell the truth. Nice. On stream. Sorry, gang.
tu ragazzi, agora bogata noi. Chiaramente bugo sola che bravo tu, gora kata kuka. Ora kira, lavoro ancora para cra. Wow!
Have fun?
Yeah. Yes. Not done.
Copyright. I can't even turn the preamp on with one. With that, I want to say thanks for watching. Uh-oh. It's going fast.
Super.
Silly old bear. Love you, Adrian. Love you, Devin.
Good night, everybody.